Yet. Not yet. Void Arc Day? At least unlocking it, yes. I think that's a good idea. What day is it today? Let's see. You did coils too? Yeah, I did coils for ARR. Wednesday. Okay, and Void Arc, how many bosses is that? Yeah, because I'm thinking maybe we can do it during the weekend. But I want to unlock everything today. I want to unlock everything today. Okay, no blue quests here. And there's no blue quest here either. Okay. One more night, and this is a dungeon. Let's go for this one. One more night in M. Depor. Most are Nidalshire? Yeah, I'll go there. I'll go there as well. Is Void Arc also like story heavy, like Crystal Tower was? Ah, the intrepid adventurer who braved the darkness of the lost city. To no other world I entrust this task. Yes? Okay, cool. Lest you wonder, I do not doubt your success in expunging the darkness which took root in the ruins before. The heart of that evil was excised, without question. But it would seem that some other power lay dormant beneath the stones, all the while its presence invisible to our senses. Plainly, however, that power is now very much awake. The elemental's panic attests to that. Quieting them will be no small task. While my fellows and I endeavor to persuade the elementals to join us, I would have you venture into the city once more. Find the source of this new disturbance, and do what must be done. The wood whaler Alphine yet stands guard at the gate. I dare say he has not forgotten you. Ask and he will let you pass. Okay. Down here. All Alliance raids are big story? Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Oh. Alphine. When I heard about this new trouble in the Lost City, I thought you might be back. Not one to leave a job half finished, eh? Where your step in there, ought fit to frighten an elemental, is not to be taken lightly. Be you favored of the seat steers or not. Okay. I think I'd like to go with Scholar. Oh. Hi, Luso. A wind-up Bismarck. Oh, I think I'm... Do I have this one? Thank you, Luso. Let's take a look. I don't have it. Thank you. There he is. Yep. There he is. He looks so plump. And the small tiny fins at the back. That's very cute. Thank you. Don't die. Don't you die. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Alright, we're going Scholar for this one. That reminds me also, I need to finish up my job quests. Because I haven't done that for Scholar. Good thing I'm not there for any skill. Yeah. All these dying people. Not cool. Alright, let's go. Leave him is not Lalafell? True. Maybe I should have left him. Cool stuff. What the F, instant cute. Yeah. Healer privilege. Ah, hi. Salutations, cat girls. Okay. All right. Oh, we need to get Selena out. Oh, I just realized I'm the only sprout here. Got him. Have I done T? Isn't T the new raid? Like the max level raid? I've only gotten as far as Heaven's Word. I'm level 62 in my highest character. If that says anything to you. It's pretty good. I'm in Stormblood now, so 5 minutes of Shadowbringer. Well, technically, I'm still 1 minute away from Stormblood because I need to go and pick up the quest. Very pretty. I have a butterfly that looks like this, right? Called Morpho or something? This is where the minion drops? Makes sense. Makes sense. Oh. Oh, I could have gone there to avoid all damage, but I think this is fine too. It's not too bad. Oh god. I should have stayed where I was and taken damage from one of the AoE marks. Whoopsie.
Sloppy.
That was pretty sloppy, true. True. Yeah, rip commendations now. Oh no, he's dying! Alright. They did it. Great job. My glam is lightning outfit. light lightning outfit. Yeah, let's get Celine up as well. That is true. I looked away just in time. This place is cool. By the way, when I throw a dot, like when I throw Bio 2, there's like a slight, like it takes a bit of time. Like, okay, I'm pressing now. Now it's up. It's like 1 second or maybe a bit more, 1.5. Is that every dot or is it just certain dots have animations and that's why they take longer? Every skill has animation, so everything takes a bit of time. Nothing is actually instant. I think someone has those, isn't it? Well, I'm using the instant one, and it is instant. Like, I'm not casting it. I can move while doing it. But it has like, it takes like a second or a second and a half for it to appear on my target. Like, as if it has a traveling time. It's Servitix. How does that work for PvP? Winged Lion. Are you saying something you dot and it takes 2.5 seconds? Not 2.5 seconds, but here, I'll show you. I'm pressing now. Now it's on the target. It's like a second. I'm not used to it because in WoW, like when I play my Warlock and I dot, it's instant. I see it straight away. Unless it's an ability that has traveling time. Like some abilities, they're instant, but they have traveling time. So for example, like even things like an Ice Lance for a mage, it's instant, right? But it has a traveling time. There's just delay on things in this game. The 3 second it only really to tick after dot is applied. Yeah. No, I don't mean like how often it's doing damage. And when we press it does that once animation is complete, the dot appears on the target. Okay, so it's like an animation delay. Apparently very little in this game is instant. Yeah. Okay. Don't all dots have a delay to match the Servitic? I have no idea. Would that mean that all dots appear at the exact same time on the target? Have I ever played ESO? No, but I am curious to try it someday. Yeah, well, you can see my character, right? So I'll tell you when I'm clicking. So I'm clicking now. So it seems like it's full animation and then it appears. I imagine if they're instant in WoW, then they have it displayed client side, whereas if it has the client send it to server, then it doesn't display until the server confirms it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it's programmed in either game. Try disaster. Oh, yeah, let's see how try disaster is. If that feels more instant. Oh, I'm not summoner. I was like, hello? I pressed the bind for try disaster, but I'm on my freaking scholar. Okay. So I need to do it after. Wait, we're going the wrong way. Whoops. Oh. Okay. I should use this tier 4. We did it. Nice. We only died once, right? And we almost didn't find the last boss, but that's okay, right? 50 poetics, I need those. Try on. Greed, I guess. Oh, we need to. No! No! Everyone left! I didn't even get a chance to commendate anyone! Wow. Unbelievable. They said no one left. Hey, I got 2 commendations. Oh, that's fun. I was the monk, by the way. Oh, no way! Why didn't you stay? I could have commendated you. They misclicked? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So toxic. Wait, am I saying the wrong word? Commendate? Commend? I can commend you? Is it commend? I don't even know. Wait, I went too far. What the hell? Oh, you don't have off GCD items? Abilities in WoW. Well, I mean, okay, there are some very specific abilities that are off the GCD, but not in damage rotation. No. Like, 99% of all abilities are Fire Blast. Yeah, that's okay. That one is a damage ability even as well. But yeah, it's not as big of a thing as it is in Final Fantasy, and I think that's because the global cooldown itself is so short. Like in Final Fantasy, you have, what is it, 2.5 seconds or 3 global cooldown, whereas in WoW it's very short, so it leaves less space for off globals as well. Yeah, no, it's true. Mage is a bit special in that sense. It's Fabulous, so yeah, no, it is actually off GCD. It's true. Because you can also cast it mid-cast. Right? Oh, Blink! Blink is off CD as well, right? Off GCD. You can cast Blink while you're casting something else. But yeah, I don't know the off global life because I don't really play a mage in WoW, but yeah. Ignore pain too? Okay. Warlock Teleport? I think you might be right, actually. I think it might be, yeah. Yeah, I think it is. I'm not 100% sure, though. Almost all defensives and offensives. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure Wall for Warlock is off GCD. Howl is also off. Oh, it is? Interesting. Yeah, so I guess we do have some abilities off GCD in WoW as well, but it's not as like invested or emphasized, I guess. You are returned from your expedition into the Lost City. Dark Souls used to be on GCD, that felt so bad. Oh, that's actually interesting. Because, yeah, we had a bunch of abilities be added to be on global. Right? Wasn't that a big topic like 2 years ago? How it felt so bad for people to have their cooldowns all be put on GCD? People hated it. It was taken off GCD for Shadowlands. Okay. Yeah, I think it's nice to have abilities that are off GCD. There's a free trial. Never heard of it. Do you know anything about that? Final Fantasy? Or do you mean WoW? I mean, WoW free trial is a joke. It includes basically nothing. I mean, you can go in and play sound clip. Yeah, okay. For Final Fantasy, yes. Whoa, it's loud. Oh, you guys don't hear this? Wait, why do you guys not hear it? Oh, because, okay, I see. WoW free trial is completely pointless. Yeah, no, it really is. I don't know why you can't hear it. Maybe this?
Have you ever tried the expanded free trial of the critically acclaimed
You can hear it now, right?
MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, where you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 for free with no restrictions on playtime? If you haven't, check it out today! Wow!
Wow!
We are here to kill chaos.
Okay, yeah, I added it now. It's because I hadn't routed the sounds from the stream deck into my stream, but now I have, since my new sound updates. Was the sound okay level? Was it too high, or what is it?
Sloppy.
Yikes forever.
Like, if you compare it to these, like, Yikes Forever and Sloppy, you know, then I want them to be kind of similar, right?
Sloppy.
Okay, that's Sloppy.
We are here to kill chaos.
How are they in comparison to each other? It's louder than those? I'll turn it down a bit more. The only thing that's good with the WoW trial, which is better in my opinion, is how it's, I guess, coded or whatever you want to call it. So even if you're not subscribed anymore, like, okay, so when you're, if you've paid for subscription in WoW and then your game time expires, you can still log in and see your characters and everything. And then you can log in to the characters that are below the level limit. So the level limit is 20. To be fair, there's nothing much you can do at that level. But, you know, hypothetically, if I stop paying for WoW, I can log in on my level 20 character and, like, you know, do whatever I want, which isn't much. the Final Fantasy trial, once you've paid for it, even like 1 month, which a lot of people end up doing because they buy an expansion, then their account is no longer a free trial. Then that means once those 30 days end, in order to log in, they have to pay. Even if they're below level 60. If that makes sense. Does it make sense? So, like, even if they're below level 60, and even if they only want to do the trial content, they can't anymore. They would have to create a new account. So, like, the way that the World of Warcraft trial is created, like the system itself, is better, but the content is non-existing. It has nothing. But if the Final Fantasy one could have it so that you can log in whenever you want to, even after you may have paid some, if you want to do the trial content, then I think that would have been cool. That should be unlikely to buy an expansion if you want to try it for free. Oh, Andy. So many people have come to my stream, done the free trial, come to my chat, be like, yo, Shadowbringers is on sale right now. It's literally like 80% off. They go and buy it. Their 30 days end. They come back to my stream. Like, Andy, I can't play the free trial anymore, but I'm not level 60. Many people have done that. Many people have done that. And, like, it feels a little bit like they felt cheated, right? They bought the expansion, not because they were planning to play it straight away, but they bought the expansion because it was on sale. And then they can't play the trial anymore, even though they haven't come to the part which isn't trial, if that makes sense. So that's why I do tell people, like, if you want to buy the expansion, like, don't redeem the code at least immediately. Do it when you're ready. I don't think the system works on it because the console also is not used much. Well, in the example that I just gave, let's say somebody just started playing Final Fantasy. They're playing for free. They're leveling. You know, maybe they got to level 13. Then they buy the expansion because they've seen it on Steam now. 80% off. The expansion gives them 30 days game time. They don't think about it. Like, yeah, whatever. I'm just playing the free trial. And then like 30 days later, they have to pay to continue. Even if they only made it to level 25, right? I see that it's pointless if you have a max level or if you've gone past level 60 in general. But if you never made it there, I do know that some people felt a bit like, oh, like almost tricked in a way, which of course is not the intention, but yeah, like it does come a bit like, oh, to people because they buy an expansion because it's on sale. The only reason you'd like to get into subscriptions for is in other, even without that, just can ask on the dimensional. Oh yeah. I mean, I think the trial is great. I think the trial is great. 100%. Like, there's so much in the trial. If you're paying for expansion, you kind of committed already, just buy a sub. I mean, it's easy to say that, but isn't that... Don't you see how, like, the person then feels forced to pay when they maybe weren't ready for it? Like, they bought the expansion because it was on sale. But they may not actually reach that expansion until 5 months later. But now they have to pay the sub every month for 5 months. Which means, in the end, they didn't save any money. Because they could have not paid for 5 months and pay when they get there. They should just not activate the code on Moxie, just keep it ready. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I do tell people. Like, it is a good deal, like the expansions being on sale, but maybe wait with activating until you're ready to commit. I guess if we play slowly, it wouldn't be worth it. Yeah, and like, I feel like people should play slowly, you know? Enjoy everything. Tell people to wait. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I have been doing. That's what I told all my friends to do. Yeah, that's what I have been telling people as well. Whenever I see people talk about, oh, guys, it's on sale or whatever, I tell them, like, yeah, that's great. do wait with activating it until you're sure to commit, because the way that Final Fantasy is coded means either you're a trial account or you're not a trial account. It's not that the trial content is always available. Once you've converted, the trial content is no longer trial content. So, like, that's why I gave the example of WoW. While the trial in WoW is nothing compared to Final Fantasy, it does have that option where you, if you do decide to pay for a sub for a month, maybe you change your mind after a month because you ended up only getting to level whatever, like not enough to feel committed, but you want to go in and try again. You don't have to start a new account. You can log back into that character as long as you didn't reach the max level of the trial. But upgrading an account to full from trial is a nightmare anyway. How don't people know that it makes the account require a sub when it's clear that the account is converted from trial to full? I don't think it's clear in any way. So when I first played Final Fantasy, I was sponsored to play, if you guys remember, right? I was sponsored to play, and I got to like level, I don't know, 18 or whatever. And then I didn't play for some time, and then I was going to go back to play some more. And besides all of the problems I had with actually even being able to log in, including my own issues of forgetting my password, but also like just not understanding how to get the game to work, because I didn't have the Steam version, so I needed the launcher, and the launcher confused me. The website confused me, and then I was confused why I couldn't play. Like this discussion happened on stream. I was like, I can't play the game without paying for it, but why? Isn't the trial until level 60? And basically I realized that because on my sponsored stream, I was also given game time by Square Enix for my sponsored stream, right? Because I've used game time, I can no longer play for free. So if I wanted to play, I had to pay. And sure, other people may not have, have been in the exact same situation as me, as being given game time by Square Enix. But like, I was like, well, I don't want to restart. I guess I'm gonna have to pay. And it feels a little bit like stinging when you're told free trial, but like, and then you were given a free game code, and now you have to pay. Even though like, you're still in the trial, technically. So I think the system itself is confusing, even for somebody who's like, used to playing a lot of different games and everything. So yeah, it's not intuitive at all. And I can understand people coming in like, wait, but wasn't this meant to be free? And then like, you have to pay. Like when you think something is free, like let's say you're invited to a dinner that you think is free, then you go there, you like enjoy the dinner and everything, but then you're told you have to pay. It's like that, basically. It's just an older system. That's how WoW used to work too. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Can you decline the gift? I mean, in what world do you think I would have realized that if I accept this game code, that from now on I'm gonna have to pay? Trial periods are for new accounts. Your account was not new. Yeah, you're right. My account was 30 days old because that's the game time that I was given. Do you mean that I don't deserve free trial because I was given a 30-day game time? That's why? Oh, I know why. I'm just saying that I don't think that's a very good system. You already experienced the game for 30 days. I experienced it for like 1 day. I didn't play the other 29 days. And I came back and then I had to pay to continue. Is Anne upset she paid for it? No, I'm not upset at all. I'm just explaining how it would be better with a system where the trial is always available, as long as you're on a character that doesn't take, doesn't use the things that cost, if that makes sense. And people are like disagreeing with me, so I'm just explaining like how and why I think that system could use improvement. So the system looks at how all the counts playtime is 1 hour, but 2 counts is eligible for free trial. Yeah. But I think free trial should be part of the system itself. I don't think it should change your account type. I think it should just be you can play the free content whenever you want to. And whenever you want to play on a character that is above level 60 or whatever, you have to sub to, you know, have access to that. Free trial is just a solo run and not much interaction with a group of friends who want to play together. Yeah, it is very limiting in terms of social features. And that's okay. I mean, it's a free trial. You shouldn't expect to be able to do everything. And that might be kind of weird to implement because you could take an unlock jobs tied to expansions, and then what happens when you get reverted to trial because you stop paying? Then that character shouldn't be available. Like, if you unlock things that are above the trial content, then you're gone. I just think if you haven't touched the things that are of other expansions, I think your character should be eligible to still be played for free. But as soon as you do something that belongs to a different expansion, like that, you should be gone. I mean, that character is locked then. And then if you want to, you can have like 2 characters. One character where you're playing when you can afford to subscribe, and one character when you're not subscribed but you just want to play the old content. What if you joined an FC? Yeah, then you can't. Then you can't access it. Why didn't I make a new account? Because like once I start something, I like completing it, right? Even if I didn't get very far, I like continuing on the original account that I first made. I think that is a good idea and concept, but would be way too long to implement, which is why it is the way it is at the moment. I mean, yeah, sure. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, why isn't it like this? I'm just saying that that's one thing that WoW has figured out in terms of coding it. That is one thing that WoW has figured out, because even when I'm not subscribed to WoW, I can log in and then I can click on the characters that are below level 20. And then the other characters are locked. And I think that's a good system that could be really useful for free trials. It also doesn't help that there's next to nothing telling you the moment you put in game time, even gifted game time, you're no longer eligible for the free trial. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly, Clobber. People disagreeing are missing the point. People paying for the game in ARR and Heavensward are essentially being penalized and will then have to continue to pay for something that others are getting for free. Like, let's say you're a group of 5 friends, and then 2 of the friends decide to buy the expansion because it's on sale, 80% off. Now, for the next 3 months, when they're leveling to level 60, the 2 friends who decided to buy the expansion on sale now have to pay a subscription. So eventually, the people who wanted to save money by buying the expansion on sale may potentially be paying more over time. Right, but WoW does have it where one character can have all the jobs. I would think most people don't have alts in Final Fantasy. That doesn't change anything. I mean, what if you have only played one character in Final Fantasy and you just haven't reached level 60 yet? I'm talking about new players, guys. I'm talking about new players. People don't get to level 60 immediately. People might spend months. I've taken 2 months to get to level 60. And I'm a full-time streamer. People have less time than I do. It might take somebody 6 months to get to level 60. You'd be surprised how many people have alts in FF, especially role players. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, imagine you having like a bad time at work, right? So you just can't afford a subscription right now. Then imagine you can log into your account and you can make a new character until you can pay for the sub again. Like, isn't that cool? You know, same account, but just the trial parts of it. Maybe on a new server, maybe on a new data center. I have 7 active characters in FF at the moment. Oh my god. That's crazy. I personally wouldn't buy something I wouldn't be using right away, but people are different, I guess. Yeah, so Aulos, the reason why they buy it now is because the sale is insane. It's like, well, this expansion is 80% off. Like, yeah, sure, I'm not going to use the expansion right now, but 80% off? Like, why buy it full price in 5 months if I can buy it 80% off right now, right? So people buy it. FOMO. Not realizing that that means they have to pay for sub for the next 5 months. Yeah, due to 26. Like I said, if you pass any of the restrictions that now will make you not a free trial character, it could be a pop-up warning. If you do this, this character is no longer free trial in the game, not a small print in the game. And then if you press yes, you want to join this FC, then you've made your choice. Then that character is no longer a free trial account. That's it. Keep it simple. Like, once the character has passed that, like, you're done. You're done. I don't think it should be a thing like you can go back, like, oh, leave your free company, like, turn it back into trial. I think that would, like, require too much coding and stuff. But I think if you decide to do something, which is part of the game itself, then you're done. You've made that decision. You've decided to have this dinner and you've accepted the pop-up, then you're done. Does it do that in WoW, though? Well, WoW doesn't have an extensive free trial, so WoW is... I think you have access to your character as long as it hasn't hit level 20. It doesn't matter, I don't think, how much gold you're carrying or how much whatever you're doing. As long as you're level 20 max, I think you're fine, and you can log into the character even if you're not paying for the sub. But I do understand that in Final Fantasy there's more specific restrictions. Joining an FC stops your free trial. Well, if you're in the free trial, you can't join an FC in general. They don't need to activate it right away. True. But not everyone knows, right? Okay, it's activate, you instantly have access to things that you don't in the trial. Like sending whispers and having access to features. Yeah. I don't see how activating an account would make you ineligible. It just makes sense. Well... yeah, I've explained now for the past hour. We can move on. But basically, I think that WoW has managed to make the system work. Obviously, their trial is a lot more limited. Not much content there. But the system itself works. And I think that would be really cool if Final Fantasy had the same thing. So yeah. That's it. You are returned from expedition into the Lost City? That as well. We, for our part, have at last succeeded in easing the elementals' disquiet. But tell us, Annie, what was the nature of the hostile presence that so unsettled them? Extraordinary. I was all but certain that some seed of the darkness had survived. I could not have been more wrong. I certainly did not expect ensorcelled statues. Creations of the Amdapori Magi, I imagine. Magi. I don't know. It would appear so. They likely began to stir when that fiend was awoken by the weakening seal. Yet that does not explain why the elementals would have cause to fear these ancient sentinels. It seems Safe to assume that the Mdapori built them to repel the armies of Mahach. Were I to hazard a guess, I would say that the passing of the years has dulled the statue's senses, and that they mistook our friends for ethereal beings of a different color. Different order! What is it color? Void scent of the kind employed by the Mihachi Magi. The Elemental's arrival would have seemed like an invasion. That would explain much, yes. Void scent monstrosities and undying guardians of stone. The War of Magi must have been conflict of truly terrifying proportions. It is well that these ancient relics have at last been laid to rest. With the city's defenses thus disabled, we may safely return to our task of cleansing the ruins. You have our deepest gratitude. Mughal complete. Nice. Alright, first blue quest done. Ooh! Unlocking the Mughal tribe. That's also really, really, really important one. Really important one. Let's see. Idleshire. Let me Google that for you. Does anyone know what this is for? Yeah, unlocking the Mughal. We definitely need to do that. It's a dungeon? Okay, perfect. Let's do this one then. Okay, we go to Idleshire. Mughal tribe is crafting and gathering. Okay, nice. I have PTSD. Wait, why? I just realized I can fly. No, I can't fly. I can fly when I get out of here. Back bridge. Here we go. Now we can fly. I still have some exploration to do, I realized. I think there's one area here. There's more, I think. Yeah, I think I have to go further in. On the job you want XP for? Yeah, let's see. What should we do it? Can I do it on any, like, level? Like, can I do Dark Knight? Yes, but it scales down. Okay. Let's do Dancer. Samurai, 61, Dance. Red Mage? Let's do Red Mage. Actually, I'm gonna get Red Mage from just doing POTD. So I'll do Dancer. Yeah, I'll do Dancer. Wait, where's the dungeon? Idleshire. Yeah, down there. Okay. There we go. Nice. 223,000 XP. I should level another healer class up to 60. So I can share my experience. Like, because when I do dungeons and I really want to play a healer, I'm basically giving more levels to my summoner. So I should level something else. Ast, maybe? Yeah, maybe Ast. Alright, let's take a look. Ah, there you are. Good to see a woman who doesn't shy away from a challenge. You'll see a sturdy-looking door just ahead and to your left. That'd be the entrance to the Forbidden Vaults. This is as far as I can take you. It's in my contract, you see. Anyhow, my client and I are both counting on you to retrieve that tome. Watch your back in there and try to keep it down. It is a library after all. Mangozol, thank you very much for the 4 gifted subs. Lorenzo Kai, thank you very much for the 4 gifted subs. The ZB, thank you very much for the 4 gifted subs as well. Devin Lol, thank you very much for the 4 gifted subs. And Mr. Keynes, thank you very much for the 4 gifted subs. Okay. Let's see. Alright. Commence. If you were on game when Asma got to try to go, you would understand it's like to have a server overpopulated. Oh. Nordic Wiz, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Down, down, down. Yeah, a lot of people have experienced really long queue times because there's been a lot of influx of new players in this game. So it's a good thing with an unfortunate effect, but they've already said that they're working on it, so hopefully we'll see some improvements. Oh, Mir, hi! Okay, let's go. Yeah, there was the DDoS attack too. Like 2 days ago or something. Omega Desu, thank you very much for the 4 gifted subs. It's fine at midnight. And yeah, and I mean, it's fine for me too. Like, you guys see me log in every day, right? It takes like a minute, 2 maybe. But it seems like, you know, whenever you reach the times that people are home from work, so in the evening, like 7 p.m., if you try to log in at 7 p.m., that's when you start really feeling it. Celine? Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. I wonder if you should use Art of War. Even if it's 2 targets. Etherflow? True, need to use Etherflow. Okay. Yeah, Endwalker is gonna be rough. And especially because server resets are at 5 p.m. Right? I'm guessing expansion are at the same time as server resets. Or would it change on expansion day? It depends? Okay. Okay, it's gonna be rough if it's evening for EU time. Because everyone will try to log in. I'm kind of hoping that it does release at midnight. And then I play the next morning instead. It's 10 a.m. UK time? Okay. Okay, that I think that's good for me. Because I can make sure to have that pattern. Yeah, or maybe somebody can see... When was Shadowbringers out? Like, date and time. UK time. Or EU time. It was 10 a.m. last time? Okay. I think I like that. It's a good time. A week's early access before the release? Well, what's in the early access? The game? Wait, so you have early access to the whole game? Do you like pay extra for that, or how does that work? Anyone who pre-orders gets it, or? It's a pre-order. I see. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, a lot of people pre-order, so it makes sense. But like, what if you were out of the loop and forgot to pre-order, and then you have to wait 4 days? Yep. Unlucky for you then, huh? Oh, you can still pre-order during that time. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, then yeah, I don't see any problem with that. I don't see any problem with that in that case. Yeah, being a Twitch viewer really sucks. Why? If you're late to the bus station, the bus is still going. Oh, I mean, yeah, true. But apparently you can still pre-order even after, so I think that's fine. That means if you're willing to pay, they'll send you another bus. So I guess that's fine. Dun, 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 dun. It's a short bus. Oh, maybe you don't get a bus, you get a bike. You get a bike. This is Elder Scrolls? This is not Elder Scrolls. What makes you think of Elder Scrolls? Okay, let's go. By the way, do you guys think I should play Skyrim in general before I play ESO? No, okay. Because that's another big rabbit hole I haven't like dug into. The ESO rabbit hole. I mean the Skyrim rabbit hole, rather. Just drop ESO and just Skyrim with mods. Honestly, I actually want to try more MMOs. I think especially after doing Final Fantasy, I think it gives a really good like insight in games in general, or specifically MMORPGs. So I'm interested in trying other like MMORPGs basically. Earrings. Finish housing Savage first before ESO. Yeah, I mean right now I don't think I would want to play ESO. I would want to first feel a bit more complete. Yeah, I wouldn't be interested right now. I would be stressed out with too many projects.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Big Cat Face.
What the hell? That's so cool.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Poor Swan.
Liquid Flame. One reason I can think of to play Skyrim
Gifted a
before is
tier
that
one
the
sub to
gameplay
the
similar,
Hungry
nothing
Cake
else is the
Worm.
same. Okay. Yeah, then no, I wouldn't.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Sigma Bowls _
Yeah, 100% all the games. Slosh. I think using Sucker here is actually really good. Do I go with minus? I don't know what I was supposed to do there. Magnets? I mean, I know how magnets work, but I don't know what it means here. Like, plus is attracted to minus. This is blue. Me and the boss has a sign? The boss? I didn't see any signs on the boss. Okay, well. Luckily it wasn't too highly tuned, huh?
Sloppy.
Sloppy. Von Stack emote. You guys want a Von Stack emote? I can add that. If you guys send me a PNG. Still waiting on Mahjong emote. We had a Mahjong emote, but then I removed it. To add some other ones, I think. Because I didn't play much Mahjong, but maybe it could come back sometime. Ribbit. Ribbit. That's a lot of ribbits. Yep, it indeed is. Ah! Lots of ribbits. Jesus. It was rough. Dun, dun, dun. No, a new one. Oh look, he looks like a red mage. Mechanomagus. Okay, we got this. We did it. Pog. You recommend removing rescue from the burn and 5% it's a troll tool? No, I would recommend having all your abilities on your bars. I think it's a good thing to do in moments where it's needed. Like, I could have rescued him there if I was faster, but I'm too bad.
Sloppy.
Sloppy! Yeah, that is true. Sometimes it can be awkward with Servotech because it's not. I don't even know if Servotech is the right mechanic to comment on, but yeah, sometimes there can be a delay, which makes it awkward. Rescue is almost never needed though, Annie. Well, I mean, it's a good tool to have in case somebody, you know. At the end of the day, it's humans playing this game, right? Maybe somebody looked away for a second because their mom called them. You never know. Almost never isn't never true. People sometimes, like, blank out. Sometimes your healer might be reading their chat and forget to heal you. Well, in this case, if I'm the healer, I'm the one who has rescue. But you get my point. Or a cat runs over the keyboard. True. True. I think the only situation where you would maybe consider not putting it there is if you had a limited number of spots here, so you don't have space for it and you have to prioritize other spells. Then I would understand. But if you don't have to prioritize it over other spells, I don't see the reason why you wouldn't put every ability on your bars. We're supposed to soak these? Oh my god. What? It went out? Okay. Oh, book's falling. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, they're hiding behind the rock, I think. Meteor impact. Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, we were too far away from the rock. I thought like line of sight would make it fine. Yikes forever.
Sloppy.
Sloppy. Yeah, I guess we gotta be closer to that rock. Roscoe plays Child of Light. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. Such devastation. And sloppy. This was not his intention. This was not our intention. Upload controller, have used it but not enough to have it on my main X-bar, targeting the right moves and pad. Oh yeah, I mean yeah, basically you make your adjustments according to how you play. Like if you play on a controller and you're a bit more limited with what spells you can put on it, so you put the things that you would be more likely to use. Random yawning. You feel like you have easier time on controller? Maybe you're good with controller, maybe not everyone is. Oh yeah, I mean, I know that you can bind pretty much everything, but not everyone is, you know, as committed on a controller to use it at full capacity. Okay, are we supposed to stand in these? On the properties of quakes. Ah, so we avoided the damage by standing on it during that cast. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I understand your point. Your point is that people have used it so badly, so you'd rather people not use it. What? I understand your point, but I think instead of assuming that people are just stupid and bad. I would want to have it bound. Go to heavy one for tornado. Heavy. Oh, I forgot to use fairy. Celine. Sorry. I got a vulnerability stack now.
Sloppy.
Yeah, pretty sloppy indeed. Thunder. I'm stuck. Am I dead? Okay, we're done now. Whew. Okay. We made it. Very true, Carrie. Oh yeah, 100% perfect mechanics. Oh, book. No, I haven't done Void Arc. Is that the 24-man raid? I'll do that this weekend. I was thinking Saturday. With viewers. Here's the book. Okay, so we got that. Okay, yeah, so we go here then. And hand it in. Wind up Kickern, wind up Dullahan, wind up Illuminatus. That's a lot of pets. Thank you. Thank you. I'll learn them straight away. I didn't commend!
Sloppy.
Yeah. Now their contributions will forever go unappreciated, you monster. I know, right? I am so sorry. Damn it. I didn't see. Or like, not that I didn't see, I just forgot. Yep. Well, thank you to the group that joined me. Apparently, I received 2 commendations. I am so rude and toxic. Thank you for the commendations. Blame chat for distractions. Yeah, it's your fault, guys. You said yes, you would commend Mir. Yeah, I need to commend Mir. It's true. Well, look who's back. And looking none the worse for wear, I might add. Well, what did you find in here? He'll always get commendation provided you don't die. I did die. But yeah. And there it is, or at least I think it is. To tell you the truth, those old, dusty tomes are all the same to me. Still, it certainly looks impressive, which I reckon should count for something. Anyhow, I'd best get the one person who can tell us one way or another. Don't go wandering off. I'll be right back. Well, I'll be. Midnight Dew informed me that an adventurer of impressive talents had managed to recover the tome for us. But it is with some surprise that I find you here, Annie. Truth be told, a part of me feared the task might prove too daunting. Had I known that one of our own initiates was on the job, it would have done much to put my mind at ease. But let us not get ahead of ourselves. Pray let me see this volume you have retrieved, that I might confirm that it is the self-same tome that we have so long sought. Of Fiends and Fairies, 1001 Immolation Incantations. Good, gods be good, it's finally ours. The Great Google Library Index. Index? You mean this book you've been searching so hard for is just some oversized list of other books? Just a list of books? Why, this is a comprehensive catalogue of each and every tome and epistle housed within the single greatest repository of knowledge this realm has ever known. The Charleons built this bastion of erudition and scholarly inquiry that Eorzea might benefit from wisdom compiled through the ages, only to see its treasures gather dust, their pages seen by none but the monstrosities that now haunt its halls. We would see the library restored to its former glory, and ascertaining the full breadth and scope of its contents is a modest, but most necessary, first step. If the library were rebuilt, we'd see aspiring scholars flock in from all corners of Eorzea, which would go a long way to building Idleshire into a real town. Whatever me and mine can do to lend a helping hand, you just say the word. That is most heartening indeed. Doubtless the reconstruction process will entail no small amount of menial labor in addition to the more intellectual duties that will be seen to be my colleagues and me. Why, to think of the ever-surpassing heights of sheer destructive power that we might one day achieve has my hands simply shaking in anticipation. The road ahead will be long, but thanks to you, we take our first steps down it. Pray take this as a token of my gratitude. Okay, she's giving us something. Okay. Idleshire, the fires of Somall. Is this Somall Hard or something? Mughal. No, I didn't get the new Wondrous Tale. I should look into that too, actually. I need to track this new one here. This way. Yeah, it's true. Actually, I should do Wondrous Tale before I do those. You're right, because it might ask me to do a dungeon, right? You're right. Actually. But yeah, I'm gonna be right back real quick. I'll put you guys in idle camera. I'm back. Got myself some fruits and veggies. Alright, so where were we? Oh, we're talking to Vidofnir here. Thou hast discharged thy duty admirably, child of Mughal. And greetings to thee, warrior of warriors. Thou dost have my gratitude for thy hasty arrival. I have bid thee hence to some all to aid in the quieting of these sacred grounds. When Nidhogg did meet his end, his minions quit the slopes of the mountain, and its once tranquil passages have become home to all manner of beastly intruders. And worse, the fires at the core of some all rage and swell, as if roiled by some unwelcome parasite. The spirits of our fallen will find no rest until this disturbance is calmed. Thus would I have thee descend unto the mountain's depths, and sweep clean some all stony holes. Would that I could perform the deed myself. Alas, my girth prevents ready passage through the caverns leading unto the mountain's molten heart. Wilt thou accept this charge I lay upon thee? Thou art generous of spirit, child of man. Know that I shall not sit idly by whilst thou toilest within. Those winged nuisances, whose screeches rend the air above the summit, will soon learn of my displeasure. Exactly. So I completed Heaven's Word yesterday, so now I'm going back and just unlocking all the side content too. And sincerely hope Vidofnir never thinks of me as a winged nuisance. Anyway, good luck in there, Annie. Yeah, there it is. Okay, we're queuing up again. Some all hard. The real life Mughal? There it is. Joshka redeemed fixed posture. Okay. Here we go. Fixing posture. No legs on chair. Sitting properly. Sitting properly. I need to remember commendations this time. Alright. We got a Lala in the group. We're 3 sprouts in here. First as well. Everyone's like, first time here, by the way. Eating blueberries, by the way. Okay. 3 targets. Should probably be AoEing here, actually. Art of War. Oh, nice. Give him an Adlo. Oh, give him an Adlo. And then we AoE. AoE everything. Choose Ether Flow to get charges. Give him another Adlo. Actually need to run. Rainbows. Blooming Chichu. Hello, Aegis. The red is if you pass by them, whether you walk or run, etc. Also shows how strong it too. Red what? Oh, you mean like here? Yeah. That's true. This. Right, nobody just hit him. Okay. I think we're doing okay. Ether flow. Got him. Hello, internet's best community. What's up, Abra? Abracadabra. So where's the satchel? What satchel? Targeting him. There we go. Nothing else in there? Okay. Maria, how's your day feeling? Yeah. It's been a pretty good day so far. Chillin', killin'. Oh. Chillin', killin', yep. As you do. As you do. I finished Heaven's Word, so now we are doing the... Well, basically now we're doing the last bits to completely finish Heaven's Word. And I was thinking Alliance raid on Saturday. And today I'm gonna try to unlock as many dungeons as possible. And if I do all the dungeons, then maybe it's time to start doing trials as well. Or at least unlocking them. Keybites is swapping targets. I mean, it's true. It's true. It is really good to do that. It's just something that I always found difficult to get used to. And yes, as I'm doing this, I am also trying to queue up randoms rather than making pre-mades. So that way I'm also farming some commendations at the same time. Farming and not giving them? Yeah, I need to give as well, of course. I need to give as well. Got him. Nice. Oh, I can learn the pets too. Wind up Kikirn, wind up Dullahan, and wind up Illuminatus. Dullahan didn't work? There we go. Yeah, I learned them all. Perfect. Yes, we watched the Stormblood trailer yesterday. I'm gonna try to get these
Sloppy.
Sloppy. I'm gonna try to get these highlights up on YouTube as soon as possible so people who might have missed the stream can, you know, go back and see it there. So does Lala Jam redeem do nothing? Oh no, it does. A Lala Jam appears on the screen. It's not sound, it's visual. Here. And now she's gone. It can be difficult to see sometimes when there's a lot of things happening on the screen. Yeah.
Sloppy.
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 Oh. Stop hitting my father, Annie. What, the volcano and Nela? That's your father? You sent the lava jamming chat and your PC crashed? Oh no. How do you farm for relic as a scholar? I accept the quest but don't need to level up DOH2L. I don't think you need to level up anything other than... Yeah, no, I think you just go on with the quest line that you have. As long as you make sure that you're in that job as you're doing the quests. The lava scorpion. Oh, this is the crab? Okay, he died. Oh, it's the 50 ARR, it's a bit more complicated. In that case, chat, you guys can feel free to answer questions, because I don't know how to answer them. I haven't done my ARR relic. I've only done a few steps of my Heavensward one. Lava scorpion. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Jesus Christ. Whew, close one. That was a close one. And yes, combinations. We need to not forget. Okay, who do we give it to? Oh, somebody already left. He's leaving too. Alright, Lala, it's yours. Don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave. Okay. Alright. Yep. Ha! Ha! Yeah, tank it is. Lalas are great. I got one commendation. I think that might have meant that the two DPS who just instantly left, they didn't commend anyone either. They just left. Or maybe they gave it to the tank, who knows. I thought you disliked Lalas. No, I never disliked Lalas. Lalas are great. Lalas are great. And don't mind me eating salad. Okay. And now we go back to Vidofnir. Oh, up here. Lalas are worse gnomes? No, they're not. Wait. Oh, I can't. Oh. Okay, I'm done. I forgot. I'm just gonna teleport. Am I eating potato salad? No. Just a salad. Why do we see dead Lalas near you? No, you don't. Liar. Okay. Wait, am I blind?
Sloppy.
Oh, here. Sloppy. Thou hast accomplished all I asked of thee, warrior of warriors. Through thine exploits, the ancient thing that did skitter in the mountain's core hath been excised, and the fires of some all seethe angrily no more. This holy place belongeth not only to the brood of Hraesvelgr, but to all the dragons who roost within Dravania. It shall not be defiled while I yet draw breath. The Dragonsong War did take too many from us. Even those misguided kin who revealed the Nidhogg's vengeance deserve to find peace in the release of death. No matter the choices that set brood brother against brood brother, in the end we are all children of the Father of Dragons. Now that the war is over, I wish only that the souls of the fallen be spared the turmoil they suffered in life. Vidofnir cares so deeply for her kin, even those who mocked Hraesvelgr's brood for the decision to stay out of the war. I only wish that I could be so tolerant of my brothers and sisters when they disagree with my brilliant suggestions. With mom. Very funny. Such musings aside, I should thank you for helping to preserve the peace around here. We'll be sure to keep a sharper eye out of intruders creeping into Somall's caverns from now on. Okay. Got a music roll. Nice. Okay. Just tooling around. What is this? Show your primary tool. Oh, yeah, I don't have that. Rising stones. Are these extremes? Yeah. Am I using any UI add-on or mod? No, nothing. Let's go and unlock it. When did we do Bismarck? Like non-extreme, I mean. There you are, Annie. The Enterprise Excelsior is ready to depart whenever you are. Say again. Chief Sonia wants you to smash some gemstone against an aetherite to dispel a barrier of storm clouds. I don't even know where to begin. Bah, the hell's with it. Maybe it'll bring us good luck. I'll rendezvous with you there. Mid 3.0? Okay. All the way here? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, add-ons in general are all against TOS, but they don't usually take action unless you use the add-on to harass. So, yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. The blue squares on the map. I think this is the symbol for the beast tribe, right? I think. I'm not sure. I've used Asm for years, never got banned. They're pretty much safe to use. Yeah, basically that's the thing. They are in the TOS, like Square Enix technically has the right to ban you for using add-on, but they won't unless you've used it in order to harass, basically. Oh, here it is. After a pause, you smash a gemstone against the aetherite. Nothing much happens. Out of habit, you attune with the aetherite. And once more, nothing much happens. We're gonna keep it here. And go and unlock the others first. Because now we can use a duty finder. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. How do you get out of here? Is there no... Here. Maybe? Nice. Yep, going this way. Ginger Mate, thank you very much for the 2-month resub. Thank you. Ah, here it is. Click, click. Ah, our hunter friend. Welcome. You come hunting gods once more? The non-mind is glad of your thirst for divine blood. Ever more rapacious do one mind grow, as they seek offerings to glut our deity's insatiable appetite. Another path to God's domain? Yes, yes, there is but one way. You must seek out the Gain Hive on the far side of the colony and attune your spirit to the aetheryte ensconced within. But the deed is not possible. We hear that the crystal is warded by ancient ritual magics. The One Mind have woven the seal such that only the most worthy of warriors shall be granted leave to enter Thok as Thok. And they do not share with the non-mind what they consider worthy. Okay. Gain Hive, where is that? Oh. All the way down. The molding one spent a few hours doing Thorn Extreme yesterday. Oh yeah? He got it down though, right? Barely. Oh? It was very close? Whoops. Family carried last 1%. Well, this is why we have family. This is why we have family. 2 people alive at 1%. Oh god. Is it inside cave or something? Aha. After a pause, you smash the gemstone against the aetheryte. Nothing much happens. Out of habit, you attune to the aetheryte, and once more, nothing much happens. Nice. So we have this one on the duty finder too now. And last but not least, this one. What is this? Kryle is here. Okay, I'll go on Dancer again and get some experience here. Actually, I'm not sure if I want to explore everything. We'll see, maybe. Triad? Oh, like Warring Triad? When is Andy solo POTD? I actually want to do some POTD today. I want to do some POTD today. I just want to do some of my blue quests first. Warring Triad? So what is Warring Triad? Their trials? Is it one instance with 3, or is it 3 separate? Three separate. It's known as the Trial Series for Heavensward. But like, isn't Bismarck also a trial? So I guess that's like a different category. Bismarck is MSQ trial. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So what are all the trials now in Heavensward? Which trials have we seen? As a quick recap. How many trials were there in MSQ? Ravana, Bismarck, and Thornton are the MSQ ones. Oh, and Nidhogg, right? Yeah, that's true. And then it's this trial series. Nidhogg passed 3.0. Yeah, the others were before, like within 3.0, right? This is the place, Warrior of Light. Here we will find a containment facility wherein entities of incalculable power lie chained. Their fathomless energy siphoned away by elegant devices. As I warned you, Sephiroth poses the most immediate threat. His dreaming mind drifts perilously close to consciousness. Thus must his destruction be our first concern. Your fellow Science will be joining us anon, accompanied by the uniquely talented individual of whom I spoke. From what I gather, the two of you are already well acquainted. Let us continue inside and wait before the doors to the containment facility. You've not been waiting long, I trust. We're eager to lend whatever cooperation we may to your mission, Annie. It is an honor to meet you at last. As I know of only one other Mikote Scion, you must be Archon Ishtola, meaning your diminutive companion is Mistress Kryl of the Students of Baldessian, correct? Diminutive? Perhaps there's been some mistake. I assumed it was from my knowledge and not my stature that you requested my assistance. Ahem, the mistake is mine. My apologies if I've given offense. Mayhap it would be best if we proceeded directly to the matter of our objectives. Smalding? I actually was gonna ask you guys, what does diminutive mean?
Mad because small.
Does it really mean small?
Mad because small.
Does it actually really mean
Mad
small?
because small. Mad because small.
He really knows, or she. Wait, is this a he or she? Kryl as
Mad
small
because small.
friend. Unbelievable. Your adversary is the Aegon Sephiroth of the Warring Triad, otherwise known by the historians of Alog as the Fiend. He was once the patron deity to a tribe of tree-like beings native to Mericidia, but was subdued by the Algan Empire after a lengthy war of attrition.
Jealous of tall.
We're not jealous, no. The tall are jealous of small.
Yikes forever.
Diminutive means extremely or unusually small. They really use a word for extremely small.
Sloppy.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Actually racist. Actually racist to Lalafels. After his defeat, he was imprisoned for use as a source of power. Even now, Sephiroth is neither truly living nor dead. His mind bound in a dream while his body's energies are harnessed by elegant technologies.
Jealous of tall.
The explanation for his failure to dissipate into ether lies in his restraints. These ingenious devices serve not only to bind him, but to continuously regenerate his corporeal form. Meaning it will be all but impossible to banish him while said restraints are in place, yes? Remove them, however, and we risk allowing an unfathomably powerful and doubtless vengeful Aegon to run rampant. It seems we have no choice but to divide our forces. One team must locate the controls to Sephiroth's shackles and disable them, while the other stands ready to destroy him at the moment of his awakening. A most succinct assessment, Mistress Kryl. While I was aware that the Echo provided you with uncanny insight, I did not expect you to intuit the core of my strategy quite so swiftly. Huh, if only my gift offered such detailed analysis. Actually, yeah, why do you assume it's the Echo that makes her so smart? She's just smart, okay? Alright? You can compliment her without assuming that she's getting the information from the Echo. Unbelievable. Which is to say, it doesn't. I merely took it upon myself to learn as much about the Triad's imprisonment as I could before coming here. Yes, see? See? She is prepared. She is prepared to learn everything. I don't see why it matters, because one of them means that they're lucky to have a power to know things. The other one means they are smart and did their research. Okay? And she wants to be appreciated for her hard work. Okay? Okay. I'm merely taking it upon myself. It will be Annie and I, after all, who enter the Econ
Mad
instead.
because small.
Indeed, given the nature of our adversary, none save those under the aegis of the Echo should be permitted to enter the containment facility. The risk of primal influence is too great. Well, that's settled then. I will disable the restraints, and Annie and her gifted adventurer friends, ooh, that's you guys, my adventurer friends, will welcome Sephiroth back into the waking world. Better that than the other way around, I'd say, considering our respective fields of expertise, and of course, my diminutive stature. Right, it's time I had a little chat with the doorkeeper over there.
Such devastation.
Bleep. Activating verification systems. Lifting access restricted to Triad control. There it is. I had no idea the Baldassian curriculum was so comprehensive. When we locate the controls for Sephiroth's restraints, I shall gladly leave their operation to you. Wasn't the ball Swedish? It was the other ball that was Swedish, but we can make this one Swedish too. When we locate the controls, mayhap my words were unclear. Only those blessed with Echo may safely enter the facility. Your concern for my sanity is touching, but unnecessary. Suffice it to say, I am in no danger of falling under the Aegon's sway. Bleep bloop. Warning. Verification systems detect multiple unauthorized vessels entering restricted airspace. Security systems engaging intruders. Uh-oh. The Garleans! Come, Urianger, we must keep the Imperials occupied. We too should be on our way. Gods, I would be lying if I said I wasn't slightly terrified, but I can't very well leave every deadly task to your science. According to the histories, Sephiroth was immense in both size and strength, mighty enough to rout even the implacable armies of the Alligans, and that more than once. To cut a long story short, we have to get this right. I shall do my best not to wake the Akon up too much. As my grandfather always used to say of certain little monsters, get them up and get them moving while their brains are still abed. Implacable. Implacable. Containment Bay S1T7 now accessible. Wah! Wah! Okay. IKEA buy. So how do we do this? Because would you say doing it mid-eye level is worth it, guys? Yeah, in that case I need to make it pre-made. I can't queue up. Alright, I'm gonna recruit members. For normal, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind this is not extreme, this is normal. We'll just do mid-eye level anyways. Alright, let's do this. Containment Bay. Yeah, I think mid-eye level will help it become a little bit better, you know? Just a little bit, even if it's not a big difference. The code is 1337, so you guys can search up for the group. Trials Containment Bay S1T7, blah blah blah. Dancer. I'm not gonna be a dancer, but I can queue up as that. That's fine. Okay. I'm gonna go Summoner, I think. Alright. We got Scaly Annie, Corinne, Peppa Sylvia, Mil Bennisberg, Togawa, Kuda, Echo, and Aizen. Okay, that's a lot of names to recognize. Music 100 or Riot? Music is always 100. Music is always 100. I can turn general music volume up if you guys want that. But that does increase everything. Okay. Oh, we see them here. Oh, this is Ravana. Is this Bismarck? Yeah, okay. And then Thornton. And Nidhogg. Oh yeah, so I can see all the trials here actually. Okay, we're on mid-eye level. Alright, let's go.
Disabling Sephiroth's restraints now. Good luck.
Good luck. Oh. He's got a lot of arms. Cool. Okay. Let's get the pet out. Yep, I'm ready. Whenever you guys are. Yeah, you can go for it, yeah. Alright. Oh, I did it. Oh. It worked out anyways, I guess. Wow, a lot of damage taken by everyone. What is this ball? I guess we stack. That's really interesting. Tri-disaster is instant dots. It's not like bio, which takes a second. That's a soak marker. What's a soak marker? Whoops. Whoopsie, I was reading chat. Yeah, I think that means it's chat fault. Honestly, I'm just happy that we did wipe. Because that means that we will see some what's it called, mechanics.
Sloppy.
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 What? Scaly Andy's gonna solo it, guys. You heard it here first. Always blame chat for own mistakes. Yep. True. Seb's gifted me a sub, but I can't thank them for some odd reason. Or maybe that's because they haven't typed anything in the chat yet. But welcome, Swarthy. Welcome. Or they haven't typed in the chat today. I think that's usually how it is.
Sloppy.
Such devastation. Sloppy. Alright, let's go. I'm ready. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong order. This arrow is stuck. I think not standing in front of him sounds like a good idea here. Okay, stack on this. Okay. Yeah, they're all dying. Is pulling everything in. Uh-oh. I'm... What the hell? What the... What is going on? I can't see anything. He just grew like 50 times bigger. I thought maybe we should soak it. No soaking.
Jealous of tall.
It's supposed to be in this one at least? Okay.
Jealous of tall. Jealous of tall.
Okay.
Jealous of tall.
Was there something visible that he would smack here? I need to go further away, I guess?
Sloppy. Sloppy.
Sloppy. Whoops.
Sloppy. Sloppy.
What?
Sloppy.
Oh. One tank, one healer, one DPS. Oh. What does this sign mean? It means don't stack, right? Moraxius, thank you very much for the gifted subs. Are they actually gonna 3-man this? Are they actually gonna 3-man this? Nice. The healer just read the other healer. And we have healer LB3. Oh, this looks so pretty. Nice. We're alive again. I don't even know what happened.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Slugger.
We all died in like one, like.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Vincent.
Yikes forever.
Sloppy. Sloppy.
Oh, that was in Rage?
Sloppy. Sloppy. Sloppy.
Gifted
Oh, no,
a
it
tier
wasn't?
1 sub to
Sloppy.
Dark Soul.
Sloppy.
Oops, I meant to try disaster. Oh. I was like, I should probably go behind him. Oh. Couldn't spread that? Oh, it's on cooldown. When did I use that? Hypers! Alright, phase 2 again. Amy's Jam. Again, I can't see anything. There we go. Massive, massive boss in front of us. Okay. Okay. Was that a rescue on me? It might have been. Oh, that was okay. We all got pushed back, but nothing bad happened. Oh, orange and green. Oh. Oh my god. I already have that stuff. Oh my god, being thrown everywhere. What is that? We're close? There's markers there. People are staying outside of it, it seems. Whew, okay. Cop being helped. Oh! Okay. I was too close apparently, yep. Never mind guys, I had a little bit of a lag there mid-fight, but other than that everything was fine. Yeah, like my stream just went offline for a second there. But yeah, what happened was that I completely just carried my entire team.
Yaks forever.
Thank you very much for the team, guys. We did it.
Yaks forever.
I'm gonna bring it back quick. Diminutive lag.
forever.
Yep, that's it. Diminutive lag. Oh no, I can't actually. Never mind. It's cutscene. Not going anywhere. You did it! I've seen you in action before, but never against anything that big. My legs kept telling me to run, but I just couldn't tear myself away. I don't think I blinked once during the whole battle. Oh, she was worried. A hero tried and true. If only I had possessed such strength. Ishtola? This is Krell. Akon eliminated. Oh, if only you could have seen it. Any Sephiroth the manner of all rude awakenings. Yep. And the distraction was perfect. We encountered not a single Imperial soldier. Hmm? Yes, understood. Let's swap tails at the Rolling Stones then. Let's swap tails? That's a saying if you're a cat girl. Can anyone relate? On our path to the control chamber, we discovered a number of dormant thralls. It would seem the machines that prevent their forms also hold them in a state of torpor. We need not fear them summoning their deity anew. In short, our work here is done. Yep. For the present at least. Let's go home, shall we? Mm-hmm. Hi, Maya. No, nobody has redeemed points to end my channel. I mean, to end my stream. Mask. Oh. Your senses are sharp, young one. I am Regula Van Hydrus. And yeah, I can feel myself getting sleepy. Always when I'm reading things. I guess my lack of sleep is hitting me. I'm gonna be right back. My other monster got warm. Alright. I'm Regula Van Hydrus, legatus of the Sixth Legion, and it would seem that that damnable woman and her accomplice have led me a merry dance through the thickest of this infernal island's defenses. To think that I pursued them, I shall withdraw for now. My lesson learned. He looks really cool. I doubt it. You Garleans never learn. You covet the means to enslave primals, but in your headlong dash to control that which you do not understand, you show less wisdom than the very beast tribes that summon them. Ooh. Sharp words. I have no interest in crossing blades with children. Live, grow strong, and mayhap one day you will warrant my attention. Yep. Now we're here too. I look back, and you weren't there. Did something happen? Not of consequence. I mistook a shadow for a man. Oh? Not telling us? Just what are you hiding beneath that mask of yours? A longing for hope, an appetite for power, a lingering sense of regret. And do I detect a desire to test your strength against a certain hero? Is that what your gifts tell you? No, those were just wild guesses. But I wonder if some few of my words didn't strike close to the mark. Kryl, you are indeed very wise. Or mayhap more than a few. Be at ease, Unu Kalhai. I have no supernatural ability to read minds. The echo simply allows me to comprehend, regardless of language, that which a fellow being would have me know. You need not mask your heart as you do your countenance. That was a performance then? A ruse to uncover my true nature? I see I shall have to keep my wits about me. Okay, this person is not happy. Yep, not happy. What the hell? Looks cool. Okay, yeah. It doesn't have that much HP. Here we go. It will kill you? Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, but it seemed fine. Okay. Now what? So that was the first step. That was the first warring Triad, right? Was it down here? Or was it here? Yeah, I think it's down here. Maybe? Yep, 1/3, yeah. Yeah, it's this way. That Stormblood quest. Not picking that up yet. We still have Heaven's Word things to finish. What does the mount look like from gifting subs? I'll show you once I'm out of here. So, Warrior of Light, how did it feel to strike down so great a foe? You must tell me more of the experience once our meeting with your colleagues is concluded. Through thine all-surpassing skill at arms, do we now take our first step in ridding the star of the warring Triad's baleful presence. And in such wise do we lessen the burden bequeathed unto us by the vainglory of Alag. Know, however, that the two Acons which remain are thought equal in might to Sephiroth, and may yet exceed him. Ere thou proceed, I would counsel thee to marshal thy strength, and give careful thought to thy preparation. Assuming the Guardians afford us the luxury of time, even now they grasp for the means to dominate primals, blind to the technology's potential for calamity. My master taught me that the entity known as Sephiroth was this world's first sacred tree, elevated to godhood by the belief of its worshippers. There is no power more fearsome than that born of unconditional faith and unbending ideal. 'Tis plain your master found in you a willing student. Tell me, was it he who taught you of Allagan technology's potential for calamity, or are those your own words? Twas but a figure of speech, nothing more. When last we met, I thought I caught a glimpse of the boy behind the mask, but it would seem your defenses are firmly back in place. Must you persist with this infuriating veil of secrecy? I, for one, would very much like to know who this master of yours is, amongst other things. Yeah. No? As long as our purpose align, what matter my affiliation? It matters a great deal. I do not ask out of idle curiosity. If we are to fight as comrades, we need to be able to trust each other. On which note, I should apologize for my early trickery. It was merely an attempt to get to the heart of an enigmatic companion. Truth be told, I was rather glad you reacted as you did. No person of your age has any business being calm and aloof all of the time, much as you might wish to be. Anyway, we had best be off. Do send word if there are any further developments. Airhead VG, thank you very much for the 4 gifted subs, and Mr. Avenger, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, he is not interested. A companion now, am I? Yeah, apparently you are. Okay. First step down. Wait, can you do the Warring Triad in different orders? Oh, one is just extreme. I have something for you, Warrior of Light. During our expedition to banish Sephiroth, I came across a certain relic, and I believe it would be best. I believe it would be put to best use in your hands. This is the extreme. It is an elegant device of the kind used to store information. In this case, the record of the furious conflict that took place on the shores of Meracidia between the Acon Sephiroth and the forces of Alag. Should you present this tombstone to the verification node outside Triad control, the node systems will analyze the various aspects of the conflict and create for you a false Acon against which you can train. Consider it a sort of mock battle that presumes a Sephiroth who has broken free of his shackles. If I understand its workings correctly, the node should also be capable of manifesting a far stronger incarnation of the Acon. This would mimic the catastrophic consequences were Sephiroth ever to absorb an additional source of energy. say by defeating another member of the Warring Triad. A compelling challenge for a warrior of your ability, yes? You need not possess Mistress Kral's knowledge of Alagon technology to begin this particular battle. Simply present the tombstone to the node on the flagship and then follow the orb's instructions. I hope the experience brings you valuable insight. Okay. And this is, I guess, continuation. I am troubled, Warrior of Light. The 6th Legion will not soon surrender its pursuit of Alagon technology. While it is true that the 6th suffered heavy losses in an attempting to breach Aziz's last defenses, the Legion is still very much a force to be reckoned with. Left to his own devices, it will not be long before the Legatus move to... Pre-excuse interruption, but a call to this link pearl can only come from one of your fellow Scions. Archon Ishtola? What news? And you're quite certain they have broken through? Yes, of course. We shall leave immediately. It would seem the thing I feared most has come to pass. The Guardians have succeeded in dispelling the barrier you Ranger placed upon the entrance to the research facility. We must intercept and destroy them before they acquire the means to control primal entities. Okay. Archon Ishtola requests that we assemble at the scene of the intrusion. Pray depart at once. I will join you when I have informed the other Scions of this development. Okay. Down, 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 down. Yeah, my team got tired of me, and they all just left me one by one. One by one, they all just left me. It said no one left. Is there a duty coming up? Because he said, need to unlock the rest of this, but can't in group. See you later. So it seems like they all have to do something solo. And I guess they all are just one step ahead of me. We left so you can do the duty? Thank you. It's very considerate of you guys. I thought you left because you're faster than me and you're already there. Is any going for the first 1,000 hours played Sprout? You know when you... Yeah, I wonder if I have time. The only thing is, because Endwalker is coming, then I do feel like I need to get to Endwalker in time. So that's like my only concern, really. I would otherwise be very happy to spend 1,000 hours as a Sprout. I mean, you guys realize I'm almost halfway there, right? By the way. P time. I'm at 18 days, which we calculated yesterday is over 400 hours. So yeah, I'm almost halfway there already. Blip. Activating verification systems. Combat simulation request acknowledged. Awaiting tombstone data. And there it is. Blip. Data processed. Adversary. Warring Triad Sephiroth. Defining simulation parameters. Blip bloop. Warning. Threat level extreme. The Empire assumes no responsibility for death or injury resulting from participation in combat simulations. Blip. Activating reality augmentation. Initiating combat simulation. The Empire thanks you for volunteering to participate in this study. Post-mortem data will be used to improve the survival rates of subsequent participants. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Really sounds like Swedish. Yeah, this bot was bought from IKEA, okay? Has to be Swedish. Alright, next, let's go here. Here we go. Alright, continuation. I'm doing science and I'm still alive. Bot voice? Swedish bot voice? I'm doing science and I'm still alive. I see. We are the first to arrive. No matter, your colleagues should be here anon. They were wise indeed to keep this area under surveillance. Had the Guardian slipped by unnoticed, I dare not think of the consequences. Archon Ishtola set forth Vezislav when it became apparent that the Legatus was attempting to breach the barrier, and arrived to find that he had succeeded. We must hope that he has yet to find his prize. Oh, Kryle's so sweet. Well met, Unukalhai, and thank you for answering my... It says Ishtola is speaking, but she's looking at me, not at Inulkaihai. Well met, Unukalhai, and thank you for answering my summons so swiftly. Oh, Amy. Okay, she's talking to me too. Alright, both of us. We shall all be glad of your presence should we meet with the 6th Legion. As seems all but certain. As you may be aware, this facility houses some of Alog's most advanced technology. Accordingly, your rangers sought to deny the Empire easy ingress by weaving a ward of singular potency. Not singular enough, it would seem. I would be surprised if the Legatus had not reached the core laboratories already. 'Tis passing strange. I wove the ward in accordance with the most closely guarded teachings of the Archmages of Charleon. Naught was left to chance. Naught. 'Tis well known that the children of Garlemald have no talent for arcane manipulation, nor hath the Empire more than a cursory knowledge of sorcery. That they should succeed in unraveling so complex a skein of magecraft, and with such surpassing swiftness, 'tis passing strange. That it is, you Ranger, but is a mystery for another day. Archon Ishtola has the right of it. Before all else, we must move to safeguard the knowledge which enabled the Algans to harness primal energies. Of particular concern is the Genesis expression, an etherochemical formula that allowed the scholars of yore to create substance from nothingness. I know of no such formula. Whence came you by this information? From your enigmatic master, perchance? He did furnish me with a morsel, yes, and knowing exactly which prize the Legatus now seeks enables us to predict his position. Do you not see? We have been gifted the perfect opportunity to remove the head of an entire legion. I didn't think you quite so bloodthirsty, Unukalhai. Surely safeguarding secrets should take precedence over slaying Legatuses. Kryle's sentiments reflect my own, yet the two objectives need not to be mutually exclusive. What say you Ranger? You Ranger? Oh, forgive me. My thoughts were bound up in idle imaginings. In answer to thy question, milady, I am content to be led by thee in this matter. Uber Danger, yeah. Tom Carter, thank you very much for the 4 gifted subs. Right. I've enabled the facility's teleporters. Shall we? You dwell on the matter of the barrier. I do, verily. 'Twas a warding spell of labyrinthine intricacy, the brainchild of the head of the students of Baldessian himself. Even the most learned Archon would require some several moons to disentangle such an enchantment. To do so in mere bells would require some preternatural power akin to the very echo itself. Operate. So this one. The terminal has been activated. Prepare to teleport into the etherochemical research facility. I guess so, yeah. Okay. The Guardian strike for the heart of the facility. We must be swift in our pursuit. Let's get a pet. Oh my god. I thought I'm in a group, so I was like, I'm gonna let the tank pull. Continue now. This is not a monster? This is. I'm so used to using that for instantly to summon it elevated, that's not doing it as jarring. Oh, it changes? Because if I use it, it removes my trance, right? So I don't think I want to do that at this point.
In the name of the Emperor!
Oh! And now we go this way. Wait, no, there's nothing here. We go to the... And I keep thinking I'm with a group of people, but... So I'm like kind of like making sure I'm following them because they know what they're doing. Supposed to be here. Okay. Whew. Whew. All right, we got it. Thank you, Stola. Wait, what? I just died. Nice. We did it. Yeah, Istola protected us. After the Legatus. legatus. And still they come. It's legatus? Press on, Annie. I will handle this. Okay, we're pressing on then. I guess. I thought it was legatus. Yeah, I don't know which one it is. I have exposed the bones of their work. Now to extract the marrow. Okay. Even in the moment of my triumph, you persist in your misguided crusade. So be it. I shall present my prize to the Emperor alongside your head. Okay, well, that's a threat if I ever saw one. I'm gonna threaten you back with my book. Are you questioning how I threaten my enemies? Savages. Oh, that was a cool voice line. We could use that for an alert if we could find it without music. Savages. Savages.
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
Can you withstand this? There is nowhere to run.
God.
Can you withstand this?
Oh. What is that cast time? Servant and Kindle. We got it?
Enough.
I think that's okay. DPS check? Well, apparently our DPS is good. Okay. Nice! I think we did it. Mashing that keyboard? Yeah, I am. It's true. MSQ Annie in the chat is believing in me. Annie. Stola is believing in me too. The Tomlith is unbreached then. Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm. Trial. My wounds will not slow my blade should you seek to bar my path. You would slay me, no doubt, but it would be your final act. Final act. Is that because she's using me as a threat? What madness afflicts you, yours and fools? The Emperor but desires a means to shackle the Acons and the destructive appetizers. Why do you rail against your own salvation? It is not for man to wield such power. The primal energy your emperor seeks to contain would be as kindling waiting for a spark. Forget not the White Raven, Legatus. Like thee, he presumed to wield the power of Alag and invited the calamity in so doing. This star's fate is too important to be decided by any one man. A war-mongering savage, least of all. Have care, boy. You speak of my emperor. So he's definitely a boy, huh? But dying here in defense of his honor will not further his cause. Light? Crystal? Well, I appear not to be dead. Yeah, nice one, Kryl. Kryl. I may have cracked a rib. Or two, but I'll be fine, honestly. How? Our foes gave no quarter. Had Unu Kalhai stinted in his defense of thee, thou mayst be certain thy hurts would be far worse. Potatoes have ribs? They're not potatoes, they are human beings, okay? They're just short. I could do no less. Mistress Kryl is here at my behest, after all. Down, 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 down. The secrets of Alag are safe for the present. Though 'tis doubtful the legatus will return to Garlemald till the prize he coveteth lieth in his grasp. Fake news. There must be double our efforts to protect this place. Kryl and I will place additional seals upon the Tormelith. Yep. Didn't realize I could order potato ribs.
Sloppy.
Because of the Lala? Unbelievable. Anukalhai.
Sloppy.
Sloppy. I appreciate you staying at my side. Thank you. Twas not. Oh, please, it was a good deal more than that, and you know it. Now let me help you. When a woman thanks you for saving her life, the customer response is, "You're welcome."
Yikes forever.
Yikes forever. What? You are welcome. Stola laughing. Yuri Ranger smiling. Kryl smiling. The boy, I don't know what he's doing. Maybe smiling, maybe sad. He can't be real. What? What? Okay, nice. I'm gonna be right back quick. Yo! Oh, got something to trade? Dress up Thancred? Dress up Thancred. That was the wrong menu. Okay, we summon him. Oh, you got one too. I'm gonna target him and then put you guys on idle camera. This will be cute. I'll be right back. I'm back. Nice dancing. I got myself some nuts for some brain energy. I'm actually feeling really tired. I think because I'm lacking sleep today. But I refuse to give up. There's things I want to do today. And why are we looking at this carbuncle twerking? This is, it's got different types. It's, macadamia, cashew, peanuts. Yeah. There's like mixture of things. Pepsi Man. Oh. Spoon for nuts? Yeah. I use spoon because these nuts are salted, which means my hands would get dirty.
Sloppy.
Sloppy. Mmm. Mmm. Not gonna lie, it's kind of weird using a spoon. Yeah, I've been told apparently it's weird, but it's how I do it. I think people comment the most when I do it with Doritos. I put Doritos in a bowl and then I eat it with a spoon.
Jealous of tall.
And people think I'm weird. But I think it's the best way to do it when you're in front of your PC.
Yaks forever.
What? I mean, why not fork and knife? I mean, I don't sit and like cut into pieces.
Are small.
You really like when you have Doritos in your hands, it's actually so greasy. You eat Doritos with a spoon? Yeah. I mean, if I'm by the PC. If I'm eating it, if like I'm watching a movie or whatever, then I wouldn't. But if I'm sitting by PC playing games, yeah, I would. Yeah, chopsticks is a decent idea too. I'm just used to spoon, so. But yeah, chopsticks is a good idea too. Do you crush them up? No, I just grab like a big piece. And if it's broken, then you know, I may grab like multiple pieces. Maybe just me, but for some reason I swear bananas taste better when you slice them. I agree. Mm-hmm. I'm power eating these nuts. Yeah, I am so tired of being tired. So I'm just trying to wake up. Okay. Ah, Year Ranger. Are the new awards already in place? My colleagues yet toil upon their enchantments. I come unto thee in secret, that I might question thee outside their hearing. Question me? Hi. I would speak with the one who undid my subtlest magecraft, he who invited an imperial legatus into this facility, in hopes of engineering the men's demise at the hands of the Warrior of Light. Ye accuse me of masterminding this day's events? He is. The plan may have been thy master's, but the deed was thine. Thou didst lure the legatus of the 6th Legion into a trap from which he was not intended to emerge. Display to me now that thy seeming opportunism in proposing his elimination was feigned, and that his death was the object of thy plan from the first. Ah. And you have proof of this? Thine own words betrayed thee. Thou didst speak of the Empire's desire to claim the Genesis expression, the existence of which even the learned Mistress Kryl was ignorant. Whence, then, did the legatus come by such definitive knowledge? And then there is the matter of mine unraveled ward. None save one possessed of an otherworldly gift could have so swiftly effected its dissolution. Know thee of another blessed with such? Assuming these accusations have merit, what then? Full many times and oft doth the pursuit of truth lead men down darkened paths. I take no issue with thy purpose. 'Tis but thy method I would call into question. In the Garland Empire we have a common foe. Hadst thou designed to share thine intentions with Annie or Mistress Kryl, it's like thou would have closed the trap with less risk to life and more success. I sought to use the most dangerous secrets of Alag as bait. Who among you would agree to such a reckless plan? None, and with good cause. Irrespective, thou wert remiss in thy duty to thy comrades. I note with some disappointment that in matters concerning the primals and those who would control them, the cold rationality upon which thou so pridest thyself is conspicuous by its absence. Okay, this is so difficult to read. I don't understand your Ranger. I know that he is accusing the other guy of something. Of not sharing his intentions, I think, or full intentions. But Jesus Christ, this is difficult to understand. Know that the salvation of the star is an end too vast for any of us to accomplish alone. Shouldst thou fail to trust in thy comrades, I foresee thy actions precipitating some terrible misfortune. He knows we're playing misfortune today. Indeed. My sincerest apologies, Annie. Your Ranger is correct in his suspicions. It was I who orchestrated this encounter with the Empire. Well, there you go. I would ask thou forgive Unukai this transgression, and keep mention of it from Mistress Kryl. What? We're not gonna tell Kryl? 'Twould be a pity for one foolish decision to wither their budding camaraderie ere it had chance to bloom. I don't like that. She's fast. There you are, you rotten idler. When Ishtola realized we were struggling with the words alone, she was absolutely livid. Ah, never mind the warring Triad. I have awoken Arikon's Ishtola's tempestuous wrath. In supplicant mood shall I return at once, and there atone for mine indolence. Did I finish 3.0 whole Heavensward? Whole. I finished 3.5.5 yesterday, 3.5.6. Come, Annie, it is time we return to the Rising Stones. Okay. So now that solo duty is not one of the trials, right? Like, trials is always with other people. So I'm still 1 out of 3. Yeah, gotcha. Enter the solar? Yeah. Look at Aurora at a distance. My character? Oh, because of my glam. These things. Makes sense. Hi, MSQ. Bye, MSQ. Once again, I must apologize for acting without your consent or counsel. As a gesture of repentance and a sign of good faith, allow me to share something of myself with you. As your Ranger suggested, I possess the gift of the Echo, though it is of a nature different from yours. Okay. Regardless, I would use my gift for the self-same purpose, the salvation of the star. And nothing poses a greater threat to the world than the proliferation of primal harnessing technology. This I only know too well. What I am about to divulge concerns the fate of another star entirely. On this other world, a magic was devised that allowed the realm's champions to use a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. Wait, we did this! to contain ether. So armed, these heroic souls conquered god after god, oblivious to their weapons' fatal imperfection. Its propensity to bleed primal energies. And with each victory, the heroes changed, transforming at last into fiends of endless appetite. Insatiable in their hunger for ether, they ultimately went to war over the star's ever-dwindling life force. And fought until there was nothing left. Thus, as you Rangers so astutely observed, when I am faced with those who rush to embrace power unchecked, I'll lose all semblance of rationality.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Curtis.
Know that my Master 2 cares deeply about the fate of the star. I am his servant, his instrument,
Gifted a
sent
tier
here
1 sub to a Dangrind.
to ensure that the same tragedy does not consume another world.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Squats 3. Gifted a tier 1 sub to Tatiana Saturno.
Interesting. My alert button doesn't work today. Not sure why. My mute button, I mean. It says, please launch Wavelink, but it's already launched. I'm gonna see if I can quit it and then start it again. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah, now it works. That was weird. Yeah, I just noticed that my muting of alerts didn't work. Now it's fixed. Alright. Balance unto all. And thank you very much, by the way, for the gifted subs. What is that? It's a Japanese name. That I don't know how to read. I tried. But yeah. Popo, Pow Pow. 1112. Well, thank you very much for the gifted subs. Warrior of Light, if this world is to survive, we must needs move forward with our plan. Another pillar of the warring Triad must be toppled. Oh, look! Wait! The name I couldn't read, Popo, also redeemed yay. It's celebrating that I could say the name. Thank you. I don't know why I can no longer see names in brackets. Oh, I can. Okay, I can when he's typing. Kappa. Yeah, so when you're typing in the chat, I can see your name in brackets. But I can't see it when it's the notification of gifted subs. And you guys can see it even in the notification? Yotsuba-chan? Yep. No? Like some people can. Oh, wait, you click on the name to be able to see it? Okay. Yeah, alright. I've now learned. You click the name. Okay, so in the future I could click it. Yeah, I see. Yeah. JMacG, thank you very much for the gifted subs. I can see in brackets without clicking anything. What is that? I can see without clicking when they're typing something in the chat, but I can't see it in the message where it says gifted sub. I would like to see it in the gifted sub part as well, so I don't have to click names. But I'm not sure how to do that. Yes, I'm from Stockholm. I've lived in Stockholm my whole life. Panilla Kiyopi, thank you very much for the 4 gifted subs. I have a 14 free trial guard relic weapon. I think you can do the Heavensward relic and the ARR relic. Both of them. Nolotta. Yep. Jävla. Oh. Unbelievable. Mods? Mods, can you delete these guys? Beta TV, maybe. I mean, I am using Beta TV, so I would love to change my settings so I can see it. BTV, the third party thing? Yeah, it is. So it's not something that I would recommend, like, you should definitely get it, but I would recommend it, that you can get it if you want to. You don't have to get it. I live in Stockholm now too. Why do you have a sad face for that? That's like a life achievement. That is the most important thing that you've ever been through. You should be happy. Vanilla Kyopi, thank you very much for the Prime sub too. You gifted subs and used your Prime, thank you. And Golden Crow, thank you very much for subbing to my channel. I'm gonna take a look at my Beta TV settings. Beta TV settings, let's see. Chat layout, change the chat placement, left or right? Oh, that's interesting. I'm too used to right, so that would, yeah, it would be weird. Beta TV. Highlighted words. Pinned highlights. Pins your last 10 highlighted message above chat. Oh, no. Split chat. Alters backgrounds between messages and chat to improve readability. I don't know if I like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Okay, I don't see it. Golden Crow, thank you for the gifted sub. Hello, are you mad because small? No. Unbelievable. Not cool. Okay.
Such devastation.
Somebody who can see
Mad because small.
the letters of a like Japanese
Jealous
name,
of
for
tall.
example, in the message where they're gifting subs. Could you show me how that looks like? Is that Beta TV localized names? Is it? Where do I find it? Basically, I can see their names. So we had Pow Pow, for example. Yeah, like, so for some people it shows in the gifted a tier 1 sub, it shows that the Pow Pow part in the brackets. And for me, I don't see that bracket part. But if he types something in the chat, then I do see the Pow Pow. So I'm wondering how to see that in the gifted sub part. Andy Solis, since you see it, do you use Beta TV or Frank Your Faces or anything? I don't know what any of those things are. Okay. Guess I'm famous now? Yeah, you're famous. Interesting. So you see that without any add-ons. I have Better TV. Do you see the full name on the part where they gift sub? Do you see the pow pow part? You know, you ever recognize when out and about in Stockholm? Not like regularly, I wouldn't say, but sometimes it happens, yeah. Localized usernames. Yeah, I have that ticked, but I only see it when they typed. I don't see it when they're gifting subs. Yeah, same as Aegis. Yeah, I remember once I went to the grocery store and somebody recognized me. I was like, shit, because I looked like shit and I wasn't wearing any makeup and I was so tired and like messy bun and everything. And then he's like, aren't you that streamer? Sloppy. Yeah, not recently. Not recently. Another story you made up again. I don't make up stories.
Sloppy.
Unbelievable. Where should I send the screenshot? Court Jester, why don't you just type the Imgur here in the chat? Thought that was on the train, or was that a different time? Which one was on the train? I don't remember the train situation. I remember the grocery store one. I remember the hotel at one of the events. Cake Pamper, thank you very much for the 4 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Hotel, yeah, so basically at this event in the morning I went for breakfast, and when I go to these events I don't worry too much about wearing makeup at all times, like in the mornings, but this particular morning I was hungover, so I looked extra horrible, and I go and I'm like this, basically avoiding everyone, finally eat my breakfast, and then I go back to the elevator to go back to my room. And then the guy who's in the elevator is like, wait, aren't you Amy Fuchsia?
This is definitely bugged. Didn't I send my
And I was like,
2 ago?
yeah,
Wow.
that's me. He's like, oh, cool, like, I've been following you for this long and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, God, this is so embarrassing. Yeah, so that happened. That was at an event, so I was kind of like, you know, expecting maybe people to recognize, because we were all the gamers there, right, in a small area. But I was trying my hardest to hide. I miss the idea as a stalker. Oh, thank God, no, I don't. Not IRL, at least. It was a random person at an event who recognized me while I was looking like shit and was super hungover. So I did not want to be noticed. This was at the hotel at one of the DreamHacks. You opened a delivery guy or something wearing a Twitch shirt and he asked you if you were a streamer or something? I remember this one time that I was, I don't know if I'm mixing up the stories. I don't remember the delivery guy saying that, but I remember when I went to a store with my dad when we were looking at bathtubs and stuff, and the guy noticed that I had a Twitch shirt. He's like, oh, are you a streamer? Like, he didn't know me, but he recognized Twitch. So he's like, are you a streamer? Like, and I'm super excited and like wanting to talk about streaming. What is happening? Just talking random stories and eating nuts. Waking up. Remember we went to buy an iPhone, we had the same Discord shirt on, so the sales guy thought we worked for Discord. Yeah. Whatever Court Jester has there, so I guess it's like if you don't have any add-ons or plugins at all, it shows like that. I wish I could see it like that too. I wish I could see it like that too. Golden Crow, thank you very much for the gifted sub. I have that too, and you don't use BTTV either, yeah? Is there anyone who sees it like he does and uses BTTV? You see it like him? Hmm. So you guys see it like that. You see Pow Pow where it says like gifting sub. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know what it, wait. Am I even using FFC? I must be, right? But I don't see the FFC settings. Anyways, we'll wait till it happens again, I guess, and then we'll maybe talk about it. Alright, the question of which has already been answered. Following our encounter with the Legatus, Archon Ishtola detected erratic, etheric waveforms emanating from the sector containing the Archon Sophia, known simply as the Goddess in former times. Such readings can mean only one thing. She is close to awakening. Let's return to Zisla forthwith and put an end to this primal deity, lest she rise again in all her terrible glory. Down, 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 down.
Good afternoon, Annie. Hope you are doing well. Friendly reminder that you are awesome. Keep up the good work.
Shadow Rider,
Lesson to
thank
Annie's
you. 5-month resub, tier 3 on top of that. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much.
Good afternoon, Annie less than 2.
Good afternoon. Lincoln, thank you so much for your donation, and good afternoon to you too. Good afternoon to you too. Oh, we've almost explored the whole thing. Maybe we should quickly go there. Maybe we should quickly go there. Yeah, we're doing the Warring Triad today. The Warring Triad. There's so many windows open. Just start closing them. That's better. Okay. Oh, there's more! Wait, if I would add a vulnerability stack emote, what would I remove? Oh my god, there's more. Oh, I'm so blind. I thought I had almost everything. If a Lalafell astrologian is on the run from the Yellow Jackets, does that make it a small medium at large? A small medium at large? What? Unbelievable. There we go. Okay, here we are. We appear to be the first to arrive. Shall we await our colleagues here? Could the 6th Legion have returned? Any. Unukalhai. We're under attack. Ishtold and Uranger have engaged a foe not far from here. Okay. Let's go. Save them. What the hell? The first Demiurge. Huh. Rarely is my shield thus tested. 'Twould seem the Alligans have not been lax in their recruitment. Oh my god, I'm still a dancer. Oh no. Think you so? Mayhap your arm merely withered whilst you lay idle. The second Demiurge. Still your tongues. We have stalled them long enough. Yeah, chat, stop stalling. The third Demiurge. Okay. With scales in hand, the goddess shall arise, and righteously cast off her cursed pall, that she, with wrathful Rim King at her side, might judge and thence bring balance unto all. Hear my words in despair, Alligans. Our goddess is awoken. Your civilization has birthed the instruments of its own undoing. "'Tis well that you are here, Annie. I would like to know what our assailants were saying. You understood their words, did you not?" Mm-hmm. "'Twas a Mericidian dialect, if mine ears do not deceive, though one which beareth scant resemblance to any spoken in recent times. As for antagonists' meaning, I do gladly defer to those blessed with echo." The one with the shield seemed to think we were Alligans. He recited that sound like a verse of prophecy, then claimed that their goddess is awoken. Is that about right, Annie? Yes, Krell, you're right. And might we assume that this deity of theirs is the very icon we've come to topple? Aye, from their tongue, their words, and their attire, just like their antagonists were Miracidian, thralls to the goddess Sophia, and victims of the Alligans' incursions. If, as Krall claimeth, they thought as agents of Allag, 'tis little wonder that they sought to bring us low. You suggest that Sophia's servants have been liberated from their containment? Then we have no choice but to accept word of her awakening as truth. Gods help us. The warring Triad have proven formidable enough when we've roused them with a fraction of their true strength. Should Sophia break free at the peak of her powers, Ian and her friends won't stand a chance. Let us be about it then. Annie, Krall, Unukalhai, the three of you will make directly for Sophia's containment facility. You, Ranger, and I will do what we can to occupy the Akon's thralls. Yes. Okay. The big statues on the ship? I'm not sure if I noticed. Mistress Krell, do you perchance recall the words of the prophecy in its entirety? Let me see. I believe it was, with scales in hand the goddess shall arise, and righteously cast off her cursed pall, that she, with wrathful Rome King at her side, might judge and thence bring balance unto all. Yeah, good memory, Kryle. Containment Bay P1T6. What do those mean? P1T6. Letters and numbers. Alright. Yeah! Guardian TTV, thank you for the 1,000 bits! Wait, what are these statues? Guardian, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits.
Well today.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait, is it the Warring Triads? Fiend, Goddess, Demon? So these are the three I'm gonna fight. Okay, I'm making a party. Party finder. S1 T6. P1 T6. 1337 is the code, and we're running it min eye level. Everyone is welcome. And I need to swap to Summoner. Let's go! Wait, what? Here. I should create a list, that might be fun. I think as long as you have anything on that data center, you can join us. So you wouldn't have to be on Lich, technically. But yeah, if you're not around, then it doesn't work. Like, we have Saachi and Corinne who's visiting, right? I think that's what the flower means. But yeah, also on Saturday, we're gonna run a 24-man, okay? We're gonna go together, all of us, 24-man Alliance raid. What was it called? Void Arc? More than welcome. How are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. I hope you're doing good. What time on Saturday? I'm thinking, like, I think it's gonna be kind of early, but maybe not super early. Maybe like 3 p.m. I'm thinking. But yeah, around 3 p.m. Okay. Let's go. There we go. Commence. Oh, it's the wrong one? Oh, withdraw then. Oh. Wait. Wait, which one do I queue? P1, yes. Okay, this one. Okay, that is difficult. Like, what the hell does P or S even mean in this case? Oh my god. Yes, Void Arc on Saturday. I think it distracted me today. My leg is currently in brace as I messed up. Oh, and I'm only allowed to walk in it and I can take it off for a sleep shower. Oh, I hope it heals fast. I hope it heals fast.
I leave the goddess in your capable hands. Just watch out for her worshippers.
Who's one speaking? The previous one was also in a ball that shattered. All right. I guess this is Sophia. Yeah, guys, if you're gonna say booba, you need to say respectfully. You guys know your manners, right? Wait, so there's a head and then a body on top? Okay. Alright. I'm ready.
The unenlightened come.
We got this. Yeah.
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Be the bearer of my wisdom. Wait, there's a head here. We can't target it. Okay, it just does damage. In the line. Okay. So we just gotta look. Yikes forever. Oh, we're swapping games soon. To Yikes Forever. I'm gonna res Leah. Oh, she's already been res. Okay.
Sloppy.
Sloppy. Cloudy heavens.
To me, my faithful.
Okay. No! I turned around, I guess, too slow.
Even in death, there is no release.
Wait. Am I just gonna die there? Like, am I gonna get mind controlled? Yep. Oh my god. I can res. No.
Come forth, scales of revelation.
It disappeared.
I would know the weight of your souls.
Wait, this is cool. What the hell?
Can you bring equilibrium? I shall tip back the balance.
Ah! Okay.
Sin must be balanced with suffering.
Okay. Balanced how? I move too slow. Ah! Close.
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Oops, forgot to death flare. Missed to death flare. Ouch. Oh. Oh. Ah! Ah!
Sloppy.
Yeah, that was pretty sloppy. That's true. Wow.
Sin
Some
must
pit
be
as well.
balanced with suffering.
Got him. Nice. We can forget about the part where I died, right?
Yikes forever.
Don't you dare yikes me. GG, good job team. You mean the lag spike? Yeah, there was a crazy lag spike that made it look like I was dead, but I wasn't dead. It was very strange. I just came back after media, I didn't see anyone die. Yeah, that's because nobody died, actually. Good job, team. A UI bug that set your HP to 0 temporarily? Exactly, yeah. I see the goddess is no more. Well done. Once Kral and Unukalhai have rejoined us, we may safely depart. One thing yet puzzles me, however. How did Sophia's servants come to wake from their slumber? I believe we have the answer to that. Really, Kral? We discovered the remains of a Garlean soldier in an adjacent sector of the containment facility. Just like that, the fool ventured too close to Sophia during the Empire's previous incursion and was enthralled for his troubles. Another reminder, if any were needed as to the incalculable threat posed by these beings, the goddess would not even have been conscious when she claimed the man's will, and yet his mistake granted her the means to release her servants and would have resulted in her own liberation had we not been on hand to intervene. I do much wonder that the Akon's pawn was capable of so effectively manipulating the facility's containment systems. How came he by such rarefied knowledge? That too is easily explained. During our investigation, Kral discovered a subtle flaw in one of the mechanisms which held the goddess in check, a flaw which had plainly been added intentionally. Upon examining the facility's records of the period, we were able to piece together the story. It was a time towards the end of the Third Astral Era, when the peoples of Mericidia Hi, cat. No, you are not leaving. If you're gonna come here and cover my screen, then you need to say hi to everyone. Yes? You wanna say hi? You don't wanna say hi? Oh, you do wanna say hi, don't you? No. Doesn't want to. The peoples have faced extinction at the hands of the Allegan Empire. Sophia, a being of incomparable cunning, was said to have communicated certain plans to her servants through the medium of a trusted oracle. Following the oracle's instructions, they duly conspired with a rebel faction within Alag who, we believe, agreed to tamper with the present intended for Sophia. And then the goddess and her thrall chanced to be captured, though we suspect that this had always been their plan. Indeed, the prison was situated at the heart of Alag, and we think they indeed to attack the city from within. They would merely have had to wait for the rebels to exploit the weakness in their confines. But the conspirators' dealings with the Mericidians were exposed before they could enact their plot, and all were summarily executed. It seems that the flaw itself remained undiscovered, however, and might have remained so until the end of days had it not been for the actions of the Archbishop, and subsequently the Garleans. I cannot help but wonder what might have come to pass had their scheme been successful. Mayhap the answer lies in prophecy. Kral hath the right of it. Its words may be deciphered thus. The cursed Paul speaketh of Sophia's prison, from which she was supposed to emerge at the agreed hour. The Worm King, meanwhile, can be none other than great Bahamut himself, than yet a prisoner whom the goddess did intend to unleash upon Alag to set right the scales of justice. A foolhardy plan. Had it come to fruition, the two of them would surely have raised the realm. Naught would have been spared the devastation, the Mericidians' homeland included. Their home already stood on the brink of oblivion. Mayhap they wished for naught else but to purge the poison of Alag with primal fire. The tale teacheth us that even the greatest of man's creations may yet to be brought low by a single act of treachery. The Allegans were fools to place their trust in technological bondage. To shackle such beings is but to delay the inevitable. Not save their total destruction shall free us from their menace. Let us return now to the Rising Stones and consider the final step of this most needful task. Pray return, guys. Pray return. The threat posed by this facility is far greater than you imagine, your ranger, and one not limited to the Akons themselves. Sophia's remaining servants must be put down. Sneaky. Bleep bloop. Warning. Deactivating stasis chamber support systems will result in subject termination. Enter identification code to continue. IKEA bot is back, yeah. Dot dot dot. Bleep. Identification code accepted. Subjects terminated. Excuse me? Okay, I was still there, so it wasn't meant to be a secret thing, I guess. Interesting. Rising stones. Prey return. Alright, we actually didn't have any time for POTD today. It's almost 6 p.m. I think it might actually be time to swap over. I think it's time to swap over, and then we can do the last trial tomorrow. So the last Warring Triad trial tomorrow. I'll wrap up that story tomorrow. And yeah, so the plan today, for the people who may not be aware, was to play some Little Misfortune. It's a, it's not a very long game, and it's very funny. I haven't played it in a long time. I played it like 2-3 years ago, I think. I don't remember the details. Obviously, I know the overarching story of it, but I think it could still be fun to play it again. And I think especially since it's going to be new to a lot of you guys, I think that'll be fun. Is aught amiss, Warrior of Light? Archon Ishtola mentioned that there was a matter she wishes to discuss.
Yikes forever.
Yikes forever. Well met, Annie. You'll forgive me if I seem curt, but I would settle an account with our young friend. While conducting a final sweep of Sophia's containment facility, we discovered that all of her remaining thralls had perished in their stasis chambers. This was your doing? Aye, it was. I chose to act upon the knowledge revealed within the tombstone we recovered. The true purpose of these prisons is far more horrifying than we first assumed. The Elegans were not simply observing the Acons and siphoning away their energies. They were conducting experiments in preparation for a far more ambitious project. If you'll recall, both the Fiend and the Goddess were imprisoned within massive spherical structures. I did notice that, actually. These spheres were the prototypes which paved the way for the successful construction of an artificial celestial body. You speak of Dalamud? Aye, the Icon's cages are unmistakably of the same design as the Red Moon. To be plain, the research facility contains the seeds of 3 calamities, which might feasibly be visited upon a chosen target. Eliminating one of them necessitated the destruction of the goddess's slumbering thralls, a distasteful task but unbefitting one such as the Warrior of Light. Thus I resolved to perform the deed myself. You have made your case, and it is apparent that we were not in full possession of the facts. Nevertheless, your notion of that may or may not be expected of Annie is presumptuous in the extreme. When the Warrior of Light chose to join the Science, she did so in the knowledge that she would be required to face and destroy not only the Primals but also their fanatical servants. That which you term a distasteful task is an essential part of her calling, a burden which every Scion is sworn to shoulder. I see. It would seem I misjudged the depth of your resolve. No matter, assuming I have made myself understood, we need not speak of it again. There is, however, one other subject which merits discussion. You determined that Sophia's thralls were awoken by a guardian soldier who had somehow gained access to the containment area, did you not? If that is the case, it seems highly doubtful that the interloper wandered into such a dangerous part of the facility by chance. Dissidents within the Empire claim that the Sixth Legion is rife with agents under orders to thwart the Legatus mission by any means necessary. Lest you imagine that we have allies in Garlemald, I should clarify that their motive is wholly uncharitable. Regula von Hydrus rose to the top of the Garlian military on merit alone, and is fiercely loyal to the Emperor for recognizing his efforts. His compeers, by contrast, rose through the favor of established order, and would accordingly do anything to see him fail. That they would be so reckless. You truly believe that the actions of these agents contributed to the recent crisis? Aye, and that they pose no lesser risk to the realm than those loyal to the Emperor. Plainly, we must needs continue to do all in our power to prevent the technologies of Alag from falling into the hands of man. On that point, at least, we have ever been in complete agreement. Anonymous, I'm very, very sorry, but gifting anonymously doesn't work. I'm sorry. You cannot gift anonymously for the Chocobo mount. This is the extreme version, right? Yeah. Yeah. That is indeed. Does he on top of us maybe on purpose? I don't know. I think sometimes people don't read the stream, they just donate, but I'm not sure. Imperial Reverse, thank you for the gifted sub. Greetings, Warrior of Light. But one pillar of the warring triad remains. Zervan, the icon known as the Demon. According to the histories I've uncovered, this monstrous being was worshipped by a race of Mericidian beastmen. These creatures are the key to maintaining Zervan's manifestation, and we can be sure that many such thralls will be imprisoned somewhere within the research facility. It is imperative that we determine their exact location as swiftly as possible. We dare not risk repeating the near disaster we suffered at the hands of Sophia's servants. As such, your fellow Scions have already begun an exhaustive search, but there are several sectors which only you, Kryl, and I can enter without fear of enthrallment. Let us make our way to Zislav forthwith and aid the investigations. Screaming kids? Well, on my end? You guys didn't know I keep a basement of children? Sounds really bad. No, my windows are open, so you can always hear when people are nearby. Okay, let's see. Alright, time to play some Little Misfortune. I haven't played Variety in a while, so this is gonna be cool. Although it is a game that I've played before, I think it'll still be very nice and refreshing because it's been years, so. Let's check this out together. Ooh!
Yikes forever.
Yikes forever. Okay. 2019 was last time. I guess it's more like 2 years then. Not 3 years. But yeah, still very cool. Let's see. Can you guys hear the bird chippering from the game?